And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you have had a good start to the week. I hope things have gone the way you want them. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. I have absolutely nothing to talk about for this week. I'm utterly ordinary. Oh, well, except for one thing. I marketed this morning. Oh, that was hard. That was painful. Good morning, Angel. How are you doing today? Um, Ream Stories, the support site, the writer subscription site that I am on, is having one of their a few times a year Ream raid on Valentine. Well, on the week ending on Valentine Day. And as with all of them, I take part. So usually they provide images to use, and this time around they didn't. So I had to figure something out. I tried something, we'll see what happens. And but yeah, I hate marketing. I hate it so much. You are good. I'm well. I've survived doing marketing, so yay, go me. Um, but yeah, otherwise, week has been uneventful. As I've mentioned before, I do like it like that. It just doesn't give me anything to talk about. Alrighty. Today, being Tuesday, today you're going to try to do what you said, Emila. Cool. I certainly hope you succeed. Um, on that level, at some point, I want to sit down with a couple of friends of mine and work out a series of small scripts okay, because rather that my problem is I can't think small. I can't write short stories. I can write vignettes, which on a technical term can be short stories, but the moment I go, I'm going to write a short story, it never works. My mind will just go blank. My mind short circuits. And every time I've written a vignette, I had no say in it. It was pure inspiration. Uh, so I want to sit down with a few friends of mine, well, online, an online conversation with a free friend of mine, and try to come up with scenarios, with a series of short stories, like kind of scripted. I don't know how well scripted, how much script a short story can takes, but and try to set up a bunch of those, and then try to write that within those frame, and see if I can pull it off. Part training, part exercise, part just can I do this thing? Um, and see what happens. Alrighty, today being Tuesday, this morning it is Read and Corrects. For those who are new to this, these are when I read chapters from my books, correct them as I go, and record them while I do that. When you were in a competition on Twitch, submitting you find it hard because the moment you reach that goal, you feel like you can add more. Yeah. Uh, I like my stories complex. And that does not lend itself to short stories. So, yeah. But yeah, so I record these, and so while I'm doing the reading correct, I will be ignoring the chat. Whatever is said there will be addressed when I come back. To ensure this goes well, I am going to start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am going to start I'm starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 7 of The Engineer's Family. Look, the beta said in a tone that forced Galgaran to control his reaction as he tapped the meeting room door locked, limiting it to the twitching of an ear. The female wasn't one of his betas, so he didn't expect her to know how he preferred to handle things. At least she hadn't started this in the crowded hall where they had, seemingly by accident, crossed paths and asked if they could speak in private. The tone implied it might not have. Her tone. Implied it might not have been. Is that too far to link to the accident? Right across path. Our tone implied it might not have been. I'm not one to say how an alpha should do things, but really? He waited. She might think he knew what this was about, but he had a lot of problems to deal with on an overcrowded ship. He doubted hers and even made the list of those he still had to look into. How does someone like that get made a hunter? She demanded. By being trained and tested and judged worthy? The warden made clear who she meant, and he'd been right. That problem wasn't on the list of anything he felt he had to deal with. The tilt of her ear, the tilt of her ears was mocking. Really? Look, I took this in private because what you do in your bed is be very careful, he warned. You can't expect me to believe that he made rank on anything but how good his cock is. It's a good thing you made sure this was private, he replied, and she smirked, because I don't want to think what the hunters out there would have to say about your accusation, let alone the civilians beta Jeremy Bradshaw had a hand in rescuing. A hand, right. That's what... He was in her face, growling. I don't know if you spoke to your alpha like this, beta, but I will not have it. I am not the cub you... Okay, this needs to be adjusted. Okay, yeah. The cub she was. And even then, okay, I'm not going to go with cub here. What's going on is I made a mistake in writing this chapter. I forgot which of the ship had been destroyed. So I'm going to, and the cub is still alive. Youngling. I am not the youngling she was. And even then, and the big difference is that the cub, which is the youngest of the alpha in this group, is male, and the alpha who actually died is female. She earned the rank. If you didn't treat her, and yeah, I realized that as part of the Really Corrects last week, and I told myself I was going to fix this ahead of time, and kind of forgot. Um, and even then, she earned the rank. If you didn't treat her with respect, you'll have to explain yourself to her and our gods when they greet you in the forest. I don't have that patience, so I will warn you this time and this time only. I will not be spoken to the way you are speaking to me. I will not have my decisions questioned by someone who doesn't have the rank to do so, and I will not have my heart's worth as a hunter or beta questioned. You have a problem with it? Take it up with him. You won't be the first, and at this point, I expect he no longer has the patience with those who, like you, to stretch the fight so he can make his point. Is that clear? The defiance didn't leave her eyes, but she nodded, then left. Had had her alpha not been up to the task? One needed to prove themselves on the line before being made an alpha. They needed to prove themselves as a beta first. That usually ensured the alpha knew how to deal with their betas and had their respect. Gregoran had been beta alongside those who had then served as his betas. He had earned their respect on the line, and those that joined afterward learned to respect him through how the other betas behaved with him. Then had come those who asked to be his betas based on the stories they heard. That kind of respect was usually tarnished after the first hunt, where they saw the great Grodran Zalaravnir be nothing more than another hunter sinking his claws and fangs into the enemy. Those stories glossed over that he was more than an alpha who ordered hunters to victory. He saw to many of those victories directly. That that alpha that alpha was rarely the one that caused betas to want to be his. He put her out of his mind and rejoined the crowded hall to return home, where, hopefully, Jer would have turned the rations into something more appealing. Gagran glared at the back of the crowd, the people in it clamoring at the hunters in front to let them through. He'd made the announcement regarding regarding restricting access to the reservoir after maintenance informed him about the filtration system being taxed. It had never come up before because they were designed to handle far more people swimming in it than the ship usually housed. It had taken 3 days for the system to return to blue. 3 days during which maintenance worked out how many people it could safely handle, and he set up rationing the access. Then, on the first day it opened again, this happened. The rush had been such that someone had informed the hunters who had arrived to restore order, only for that to devolve to the point where the beta had closed access and contacted him. He had more important things to deal with than this. He moved through the crowd as gently as he could. He tried to be considerate of the stressful situation they were in, but he had to move some, and then got cursed. He told himself they were just stressed. They didn't know how things were done on his ship, so they couldn't. Then one called him captain as she stepped away, and he had to consider they might not all be strangers to his ship. They might not all be ignorant of how he ran things. He didn't like what it said of his civilians, that they let the situation get to them like this. After that, people got out of his way. Before his hunters, he faced the crowd. That is enough, he projected. He didn't want to shout, but if the announcement hadn't been enough, forcefulness was next. How this will work has been explained. More information is available on the ship. This is our ship, someone yelled. Why do I have to stay out of the reservoir when I need a swim? Because the reservoir is more than a place to swim. All that was in the information about the access they could access. Maintenance has included schematic of how first stress the system on top of having to clean microscopic stuff. He hadn't understood any of it other than overtaxing it was as bad as overtaxing the reactor. Instead of calming, the crowd grew louder, speaking over each other until nothing could be understood. Enough! The roar silenced them. I understand this isn't a situation you like. No one here enjoys it, least of all me. But my duty is to ensure you survive to reach the closest station. That means ensuring our water remains drinkable, that foods last until then. That I what is not part of my concern is how comfortable we all are. Everything needs to be rationed. There is no avoiding that, but in no more than a month we will be docked. And you can be sure the station will have all the amenities you have you okay, you have to make you are making do without now. Derek Samian made us hardy. Just Billy M taught us hardship. That hardship are a passing thing. This will pass. Kassarians endure. We fight the hardship, not each other. Honor the gods. Reminding them where they came from didn't have the effect he'd hoped. They didn't stand straighter. Most didn't look to the next of them in understanding. But the crowd finally dispersed. He faced the hunters. He did the gods proud, he straightened. They were all his. So I hate to ask this of you, but access to the reservoir needs to be controlled. We are hunters, they recited. He smiled as they faltered. This wasn't exactly a situation calling for them to die. We will see to it the rationing is respected, Alpha, the beta said. Are you off shift? Were you off shift before this? The look they exchanged answered him. I'll arrange for a fresh pack to replace you, then for a schedule to be in place. Again, you have my gratitude. He stood before the projected leadership sitting behind the crescent table. Only two were people he knew, not that it reassured him. Admiral Thromakarin Omeratimil Selstaffe hated him for some reason, and you know what? I'm going to reword this. For a reason still didn't know. And Admiral Duan Salsintas Kreftia had told them outright that unless he was willing to abandon his duty to the gods, she couldn't help him. Congratulations on a successful hunt, Alpha, Admiral Thromakarin Omer Ritamil Selstaffe said, and Gregorian's hackles went up. That male had never called him Alpha, let alone congratulated him in such an earnest way. He didn't care. He'd rescued countless Gelsarian and stopped an assault on his people. That male should have found a way to make it sound like it was all this was Gragoran's doing. He so wished Holm was on calm to tell him what was going on. Thank you, Admiral. This was a pack effort. Many alphas, many hunters led to our victory. Too many have gone to the forest. Modesty doesn't suit you, Alpha. A female he didn't know said, You led the hunt. We all led our part in the hunt, he corrected. Are you going to do this until we proclaim you Alpha of Alphas? He stared, unable to figure out how to answer that, or why she'd think he'd won that. Don't be too hard on the Alpha. Admiral Tromakarin Omeritamil Selstaffe said, This was a hard year's hunt, and I expect that all these people crowding his ship make him feel like it has yet to conclude. Gargarin stared at the male, who smiled at him. In fact, he and the other alphas conducted themselves so admirably that the leadership has decided to celebrate you all right here on Kelser. So that was the trap. I appreciate the honor, Admiral. A male who okay, so that's gonna have to be a different line because it feels too much like. So that was the trap. Yeah, I appreciate the honor, Admiral. You know what? Would that work better? This way. Come on. So that was the trap. I appreciate the honor, Admiral. A male who had the feel of a bureaucrat more than a leader snorted. But that isn't required. We serve. That wasn't a suggestion, Alpha. Admiral Dwan Salsinta Kreftia said. Why do you want. What the hell? What the hell is going on with your. No, never mind. I don't want to know. I so don't want to know. That wasn't a suggestion, Alpha. Admiral Dwan Salsinta Kreftia said. It will happen. It has been cleared with your Alpha. Probably as they currently spoke, or they'd made sure she was kept too occupied to warn him. She knew how much he hated being anywhere the leadership could summon him to their chamber. Chambers, plural. Very well. I'll drop off the civilian and. Oh, no, they're coming here too. He started a third mail. We need to debrief them. They're civilians who have been in the hands of the enemy. An enemy an enemy you haven't been able to get us any useful information on. I have left you their ship. Whatever can be found will be there. And with the civilians who saw them, were processed by them, saw their technology in action. I'm certain that some of them will remember something we can act on. Civilian shouldn't be put through that. If he thought something would come of it, he'd ask the psychologist, but our training wasn't in information gathering. Very well, good. Admiral Thromarkarian Omer Ritamil Selstafe said, and Gregran readied himself to be clawed. The celebration is set for the 9 months from now. From now. On your namesake celebration day. 9 months? He asked in disbelief. He was no pilot, but there was no way he could stop for supplies and be there in time. The civilians would demand weeks of dock time after the few weeks crammed on his ship. He wouldn't be surprised some would book passage back to their home against the leadership's instruction, and he wouldn't blame them. Yes, that's the earliest we can have. That's not enough time. We've had the astrogation office chart the course. Admiral Dwan Sel Sinta Kreftia said it's a direct course from your current location. So long as you maintain a good speed, you'll be there on time. We need to stop for supplies. We aren't stocked to handle this many people. Now, Admiral Thromacarin Omerita Mills Selstaffe smiled openly, showing teeth. Why, aren't you the great Kralgeran Selelhavnir? I'm sure you can make it work. Do not be late, Captain. The communication ended. Gralgeran stared at the food on his plate. I know it's not much to look at, Jer said, but it is edible. He looked up at his heart, who canted his head as in such a Calceran way. Gralgeran chuckled. I'm sorry, it's just been a day. He speared the plain cube of meat with a claw and dunked it in the sauce before popping it into his mouth. The print aftertaste barely registered anymore. The cooks had been outraged to have been taken off shift until the situation was resolved. No, it's not. It's not something they can resolve at this point. But the calculations had been made. The most effective use of their meat stock was to have them turned into base material, have them rendered into base material for the printers. It ensured everyone got what they needed to survive. Or it had, when the plan had been a month trip, a month trip, yeah, a month-long trip to a station to restock and disgorge most of the people on the ship. You want to talk about it, or is this a rank situation? You have to think about it. In the end, even if it was a rank locked, it wouldn't be for long. Jer was a beta. He would be called into? called to deal. Oh, into deal. He would be called to deal with the uproar the announcement would cause. Greg Grant let out a breath. We have been ordered to Kelser to be celebrated for our great victory. Jer studied him. I know you don't like going there and that you'd be happier if everyone forgot you existed, but that sounds like a good thing. We've been ordered to be there in 9 months. The celebration is taking place on the day of law. That's celebrating the day Gralgaron set down the laws for your people live by. He considered. Again, that still sounds like a good thing, or at least not a bad one. I'd hate to think of what it would have been on Mad Night. He opened his mouth to repeat how little time they had, but realized his heart knew even less about the minutiae of course setting than he did. He knew roughly how long it took to get places because he often had to decide when to be someplace without having the time to consult a pilot. You're in no need of that information. The engineer will give you an earful about it on your shift, I have no doubt. Alex certainly let me know what he thought about it. He popped another sauce-coated cube in his mouth. We are, more or less, 9 months away from Kelser. Heading there directly without changing our speed, we'll be there with days to spare. Okay. Directly, Jer. No stop, no resupplying. I checked with other ships, and they are in the same situation we are. No one has enough food the way it's been rationed. This was to last us the month needed to get to the closest station with some to spare. To stretch that over 9 months? And the leadership made sure the other alphas knew this was my fault. That they were paying for whatever I did to piss them off. Not that any of them got an answer to what that is either. Okay. Then we can't reach the station. Then can't we reach the station, resupply, and be at Kelser on time? Can't be done. The pilot worked out the tightest course they could and the kind of speed needed to make that happen can't be achieved even if the Bane wasn't damaged. Alex basically said that if I thought to try it, not only was he banning me from his bed, he was tying you to it and not letting you have sex with me. I might have something to say about that, Chair said. You're welcome to tell it to him, but the end result is that it can't happen. Then you tell the leadership to go fuck themselves. Well, each other, do what needs to be done for the civilian. Gugren snorted. Don't I wish? Tom checked with his contacts in the back rooms. The announcement has already been made public. The way he said it, any more push and it would be a planetary holiday. If we aren't there, we will ruin the day for a lot of people. Your Alpha? The same ties our hands. We aren't so well regarded that by the general population that we can just not show up to our own celebration and expect to be unscathed. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Garen mulled the Arthur over. Yes, I pay either way. And that's not to say what they'll do once I'm within a shuttle flight of their headquarters. So how are we managing it? First, declare this a hunt, because when I make the announcement, there will be riots. Then hope the hunter ships who have agreed to meet to resupply us the best they can aren't delayed. But even with us giving them everything they can spare, we won't be able to loosen the rations. The leadership wins a third way because when we reach Kelso, the civilians on the ship won't have much good to say about me. Okay, I want to add a detail here. You rescued them, Growl. They're going to remember that. What they're going to remember is that by the time they get to Kelser, they will be little more than fur on bone. No one has suffered that kind of hardship in generations. We structure everything to ensure we have enough to eat. We never experience the days of having to chase. We never experience the days of having to chase the prey while our stomachs scream to be filled. But we have heard the stories. Not one of us wants to experience what those stories talk about. Okay. Um, okay. Because that's the thing. The the bug needs to be put in Gregorion's ear about. Oh, oh man, it's gonna require a bit of rewriting, but Grandma's acts as someone else. Well, I no, yes. There's a debt he can call. He can call in. I'm gonna have to look up the information, but I'm pretty sure there's a Cursitoron who owes him greatly. All right. Can you contact other ships? There has to be a merchant or two on the way. Even if I could, even if one of the others had the kind of contacts with the merchants that could let them abandon their course to help us. Merchants need to make profits, and to recoup the cost of helping us, I doubt any of us has that kind of money. Jerry took his hand. Trust in the God, then. Trust in the gods, then. They've looked after you all this time. They aren't going to stop now. Gregran squeezed his hand. When did you become a believer? This isn't about me. It's about you. You are the believer. I'm just reminding you that under your belief, the gods have done right by you. He looked at the empty plates and nearly empty bowl of sauce. But I do have to ask, when you say you'll have to cut the ration somewhat, how much are you talking about here? And that concludes chapter 7 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other books in the series, they are available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Bye. Actually, no. This is where we are. Okay, so seventh becomes the 10th. Hey, Cool Imp! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? 5K yesterday? Very cool. Congratulations. It's easier to write a new draft when you know. Well, yes. Yes. Doing further draft always, to me at least, goes a little easier. Not only because I know what I'm writing, um, but because I know what the whole story is, so I can better incorporate elements. Uh, I also have that you're not holding back with the hormones. All right. That hints at what it is. I'm not gonna care. I'm pretty sure I've got the information correct. Ah. Alrighty. And I will start another recording. Reading corrects by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 8 of The Engineer's Family. We don't have any more food. Jeremy stopped the door to his home, closing behind him at his heart's yell from all the way in his office. Jeremy stopped the door to his home, closing behind him at his heart's yell. At his heart's yell from all the way in his office. You have to find it, a female yelled back. We can't survive on the little the Cassiteron gave us. What do you think I'm trying to do? We've contacted every ship we've helped on the line, but we are in the void of space. What captain? That captain was the only one who did that to me so large, she sacrificed her profit for it. I can't tell you when the next one will be. You want us fed? Go scream at the leadership so they'll let me go to a station so I can get us food. Jeremy stopped in the doorway to his heart's office, where he glared at the doctor who had her hackles up. Are you on shift? Jeremy asked, and he knew Growl wasn't, but it was the safest way you could think of interrupting the argument. Maybe remind the doctor there were times to deal with this situation. Growl took a breath. No, but this is an emergency. Is it? The doctor rounded on him. I know you Earthers can survive on a lower protein intake, and this probably isn't bothering you one bit, but we are built different. We have a minimum requirement if we don't want our body to break down. And screaming is going to make the food appear. Listen here, you! Enough! Growl's yell had her ears plastered against her skull, and Jeremy's ringing. My heart has a point. I hear your concern, Doctor, and I am doing the best I can to get us material for the printers. But there is no one within months. And when they get here, we are going to have to share what they can spare among 5 overcrowded ships. 5? with with 5 overcrowded ship. I've contacted someone far enough ahead. They will be able to gather gather enough. We should be able to eat better, but we won't reach them for another 4 months. I know the other captains are reaching out to everyone they can, but we have to rely on the gods until then. She snorted. The gods, always the gods with you. What are you going to tell the families when their cubs die? Aren't they getting priority? That's what I'm telling you. We don't have enough even for that. If we don't increase there, how much do you have to cut down the hunter's ration so the cubs and their parents will have enough? You can't be serious. Doctor, we die so others live. That is not a meaningless creed. Just under half the ship is hunters. There can't be so many cubs, we don't want to have anything left. You won't have much, she said. There are cubs among the people we rescued. See to the adjusting the rations. I'll inform the hunters. Jeremy stepped out of the way. Whoops, where did you go? Jeremy stepped out of her way, then watched her back until she exited their home. Are they going to take it as well as you are? He asked. I've noticed a shaking. I'll be fine. Gral, this is me, your little warrior. Don't be all alpha in our home. His heart dropped into his seat and pulled his leg under him. Jeremy joined him. A good thing about Kelsarian's need for space was that even their office seating was large enough a second person could join if they were comfortable being intimate. He snuggled against his love. We will be fine, Jer. They'll see to it. I really shouldn't have reminded you to trust in the gods. How are you doing? Oh, I want to rip a printer out, follow the conduits to where the base material is stored, and cook a turducken. And our third dish? Yeah, something Bob sent in his last message before all of this. It was in one of the movies as Eric collected, and he thought I'd find it. I'd find it amusing. It's a bunch of birds ever smaller stuffed into one another. I so want to cook something. Grell tightened his arm around him. Only a few months, then we'll have more. Beta! Atarikna called from across the maintenance bay. He didn't know what she did there, but then again, he wasn't usually here either. A rare day where he could be a technician, and he'd been chasing a fault through 3 decks. Hunters, technician. He greeted the group. We have a solution to the food, she said. It's not a solution, a hunter Jeremy didn't know said. Something to help. Except it's going to hurt us elsewhere, a maintenance technician said. Right now my stomach hurts and I'd like that to stop, she said. It won't do that, the hunter said, definitely from one of the special ops pack they had inherited. It will help, she insisted. What is the idea? What is the idea? He demanded. They'd keep arguing if nothing stopped them. We break down everything we don't need. He looked around at the parts and tools in the bay. I don't think we can eat metal. Of course not. But if we break them down to their atoms, it's not just metal. It's not. A lot of that has carbon in it. Carbon, the stuff we're all made of, that meat is made of. I don't think it's the same thing. On the atomic scale, it is, a technician said. And that and other atoms can be pulled out and put into the food printers for them to make into organic material. All right, that does sound like a way to improve the situation. What is the problem? The problem is how much we'll have to break down to get enough of the needed material to have an effect. We're looking at not being able to print vital components if something fails. So this is less fixing a problem and more exchanging where the problem is. Yes, Beta, the other hunter said. Do you have the information? I can present it to the Alpha for him to decide what to do. Already sent to your tablet, Beta, Atarikna said. Galgaran approved 2/3 of the plan. He wasn't willing to leave maintenance and repairs with nothing if something broke, but the added material would help. Hunters had begun being unable to report to their shift over the last week, and they were still 3 weeks away from the next. It's no longer the first. From the next resupply. Um, I need to reword that. The weight machine. The weight machine Jeremy had left for Scar in the leisure room was destroyed. Scar had informed him, this could be his friend, had informed him on the wall. Okay, I don't like the word, so let's make the weight machine Jeremy had left for Scar in the leisure room was destroyed. His friend had informed him. On the wall, above, another one. Above the wreck, someone wrote, "You don't deserve our food." They were stressed, he told himself, then teeth clenched. They needed to lash out, and ultimately, no one had gotten hurt. And Scar shouldn't be using it while not malnourished, so it was a good thing in the end. He sent a message to maintenance for them to clean up as much clean up as he left the room, feeling the eyes on him, the glares. He took the first private room available and locked the door behind him. What the fuck is wrong with them? He yelled at the top of his lungs. If they'd bothered asking, anyone would have told them Jeremy didn't use this machine. Hadn't used it in years. Those two changes should should fix the fact that it sounded like Jeremy was should still be using this machine. If they'd bothered asking, anyone would have told them Jeremy didn't use this machine. He had his own at home and used it in years. Scar was the one they'd hurt. Although it was true, he shouldn't be using it right now. His friend's obsession with building muscle was hurting him. But that wasn't an excuse or the reason. Palmer, he contacted Scans. This is Beta, Jeremy Bradshaw, and he'd access to the records for the leisure alley I'm in to investigate the destruction of a piece of equipment there. He didn't like the hesitation. The scanners aren't working in that part of the deck. They failed 2 hours ago. Repair has no idea when they'll have time to get to them. How difficult would it be to show that failure had been arranged? Was it worth the aggravation? Would he be able to find out who had done it? All right. Thank you. Fuck! He closed his eyes and breathed. 2 more weeks and they'd have supplies. Stay away! Thur ordered the crowd massed before them. The food will be available from your printer when the canisters are put in place. Being here isn't helping anything. It's our food, someone yelled. We have a right to it now. It wasn't the crowd itself that annoyed Jeremy. It was the few hunters he recognized among them. None of them crew on the Bane, but still, they were hunters. They were supposed to be stronger than that. They weren't even the young ones. That galled them the most. They would have been in many battles on the line. They would have experienced hardship this couldn't compare to. We're going to have it, someone yelled and the crowd surged. Hold, Jeremy yelled. Do not fight back. They are civilians. One of the hunter in the crowd took offense at that and lunged. For Jeremy. He had the female on the floor, a foot firmly on her chest before she swung. She exhausted herself, screaming and trashing. A few more hunters who held the line had hunters from the crowd in holds, letting them exhaust themselves. And unintended effect was that the crowd backed away looking worried. He hated the he hated that they looked afraid of them. Hunters should always inspire safety, but it meant Daniel's people were able to transport the canisters the hunter ship had delivered. It wasn't enough, his friend had told him. Nowhere near enough to improve things. 2 more months until the next resupply. Jeremy walked slowly. He felt like he'd been in a fight against a Shimbarian, and it was questionable which of them had won. He closed and opened his hand to keep the shaking from being noticeable. Like everyone else, he should rest, but he had to speak with the doctor. Medical was packed. Some of those on the beds were medics. The ship was quiet. That was the one advantage that could be found in this. Everyone was too weak to cause trouble. A month until the resupply, if they made it that long. He tapped the panel. I don't have anything left to give, came the exhausted voice. Doctor, it's Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw. I need your help. The door unlocked. She looked worse than the others, not only thin but worn. She reminded him of Graal as he'd lowered his sobbing heart into their bed. I need to know how much my alpha had his ration cut. They ordered me not to. He's dying, isn't he? He carefully stepped to the desk. He wanted to storm there, but he didn't trust his equilibrium in his malnourished state. He had me cut his ration in half. Why? Why do you think? Does he really think spreading that amount among his hunters will make a difference? I'm surprised you didn't jump to the conclusion he'd do that for you. He knows what I'd do to him if he did. He's a hunter, she said dismissively. He'd kill himself rather than watch other people die. Restore his ration. He ordered me to. I don't fucking care! This ship needs its captain. The hunters need their alpha. I know he thinks he's doing what the gods want, and I don't fucking care. If one of them comes here to tell me it is what they want, you are going to restore his rations. He'll know. Jeremy laughed, then sat on the edge of the seat, not trusting himself to be able to get out not trusting he'd be able to get out if he let himself fall back. I left him crying, imploring me that he wasn't invalid, that he could still hold the line. He dried his eyes. Why would he be scared? Why do you be scared and consider him invalid? She studied him. You don't know our history, do you? I know about how Turok Samian created, now that, our history. The people we became after we were created. He shook his head. Some of the ballads, but I know better than to take that as truth. We are not a gentle people, Hunter. I know. No, you don't. The people that you know. This is a gentled version of who we were. This gentling was the cost of joining the Federation. Our shepherd took one look at the savage we were, and they told us to start caring, or they would see to it no one did business with us. It's in the contract, if you ever want to read it. The Cursutorans shepherded you. Dragged us kicking and clawing to listen to some of the historian. How bad were you? Those gods he's so proud of? They didn't give us an easy life. The stories say one thing, but the histories tell us something else. We had to hunt to live. The moment we caught one prey, we had to start hunting the next. It's why you take time in preparing your food. It became the mark that you no longer had to always run after it. She nodded. The hunt made us strong by leaving the weak behind, the old, the infirm. So in his delirium, he thinks he's back in those days. Her snort was pitifully weak, nowhere near that far. Until the contract with the Cassiteran, we did not take care of our old or our deformed. We barely took care of our injured. She motioned around them. All this was a gift from our shepherds. Medicine was something you performed on yourself. You clawed out the infection and hoped to survive able to use that limb, because the alternative was that you wouldn't be able to catch your food. It didn't matter that we raised and herded our prey. You were still expected to hunt it. Communal hunting was another of their gift. The mindset of hunting for more than yourself or and your family, of hunting for someone you'd never meet. Of course, not long after we were let into the Federation, we learned about the food printers, and that caused problems. We Who were we if we didn't hunt anymore? That's why the cooks almost rioted when the captain ordered all the meat stock rendered into base material for the printers. He shrugged. Could be pride with them, but yes, it took something like a century until we came to term with printing our food if we had no other choice. How did you? How did you? My understanding is that you have to be spacefaring before you can be shepherded. How did you ever make it to space if you didn't care for one another? Earthers, as annoyingly competitive with each other as we get sometimes, are all about supporting everyone. As soon as we discovered fusion power, we were setting cooperative so that no one would ever want the way we had in the old times. Another pitiful chuckle. How else? They meddled. They weren't going to let us kill each other. Just Billiam or one of the other brought a lover to their bed, and they woke up with ideas. One of them had one of them was that up there wasn't nothing. So they built a machine to send themselves up and come back and to prove it. Once that was done, they kept talking, taking lovers and having them wake with new ideas. If we could go up, someone thought of a way we could stay there for a while. Then one had us go further, and then we were traveling to Rocknassay. After that, they even made it back. We hunted what some said couldn't be done, and we caught it, ate it, and hunted again. Then we had a territory out there, and the Cursitorons found you. We found them. Think about it, about who we were, about why your heart so hates the Terhunians. The connection was too easy. You attacked. You tried to take. We'd found new prey, and we were going to hunt. But you broke your fangs on this one. She laughed, then coughed. I like that image. The prey eventually caught us, this rabid creature, and they told us to behave or else. They told us that over and over until we learned they weren't prey. Then they offered the contract. They forced you to care. They gentled us, many proclaimed, like that was the worst thing that could happen to us. We weren't gentle. We were hunters. He stared at her. He stared at her. You can't be serious. She smiled. Quite the change, isn't it? But the ballads, I thought you knew better than to believe them. To be fair, they have always been hunters. That is true. El Ravnir did come to us and tell us that the hunt was important, and Kragiran gave us the laws. But they weren't the laws we have now. Our gods are no kinder than we were. Hunters protected their family, they protected their group, but they didn't proclaim themselves to die so others would live. What good was a dead hunter? The creed, as they recite it, dates from after the contract. Your heart might know better than I what than I do than what caused them to change. But remember that we aren't a gentle people, and we used to be worse. And that concludes chapter 8 of the Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on the Ream Story, along with the other books. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Chapter 5, From the Party. Chapter 6, I wants to know is specialties and gets advice to think about something he liked. 7, figures out his specialty and gets asked out on a date. What do you mean by figures out his specialty? I'll be right back. Actually, this is where I'm supposed to be. Ten becomes 12. Not done yet. Now this is done. Mhm. Okay, does that go back to first book? Okay. Book one then? I did not realize I'd gone back that this was so far back. There we go. There we go. I did not realize that this was a book one situation. Yeah. In the second draft, I will probably have a scene involving this box, but I'm not. I'm not dealing with that right now. But I've confirmed what I needed to confirm. Alrighty, on to another chapter. Oh, forgot to turn on. Okay. Confirming the microphone is on, realizing I forgot to turn on the desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 9 of The Engineer's Family. Gargaran went over the reports. The cells were emptying as people's time there ended and no one had the strength to steal anymore. The ship now ran on 2-hour shifts, with many turning any space near their work into a place they could rest. He'd been surprised to regain some of his strength and attributed it to, as Jer pointed out, him getting used to the situation. He still had emotional breakdowns when he overworked himself, so he made sure to curl into his seat and do so. Curl into his seat when he felt tired and rest. Unlike everyone else, there was no one to take over his shifts, so he had to be at the ready all the time, which meant resting as much as he could. Growl, Jer's voice came from the tablet. You need to come home. It's time for a real rest. I have too much to do. Growl, don't make me go up there. You get your ass in our bed or I'm moving out. You wouldn't fucking test me, Growl. I fucking dare you. He stared at the tablet. Look, his heart said something more reasonable. You've been in your office for 8 hours. That makes a regular shift. You wouldn't continue working past that. We are. Fuck what we are! Another silence. I need you here, Growl, okay? If you aren't going to do it for your health, do it for me. He wiped the tears away. I'm sorry. I'll head home. Thank you. He forced himself to the edge of the seat and attached the leg braces. He put the torso harness and connected that, then powered it. He moved to stand and it made it possible, then kept it vertical as the vertigo passed. He'd ordered them made for everyone on the crew when the doctor had a set delivered so he could come to his office, only to be reminded they didn't have the material. They had 100 and a few more, so they had to do. Anyone with enough upper body strength had to use crutches to move about. The bridge was silent, the hunters in their seat and those on the mats not moving. He'd ordered comms to shut down communication to any of the Federation bands. They couldn't answer calls for help, but he wouldn't be able to endure hearing them and knowing he couldn't help. The only communications happening were with the other hunter ship, and all anyone said was that nothing had changed. Not comforting, but not horrible either. They'd agreed that they would inform each other when deaths happened. In 3 weeks, they would get their resupply that would let them increase rations to the rest of the way to Kelser. He shook his head at her when the bridge beta tried to stand. He wouldn't force anyone to exert themselves on his account. The hallways were silent. With the damage that hadn't been repaired, he sometimes worried. Worried he was alone on a dead ship. The utter irrationality of the thought wasn't always enough to keep him from spiraling into despair, but this time, a minute of holding onto the wall and reminding himself they were simply resting, that Jer was waiting for him, let him continue. His heart helped him from the door to their bed, where he took the harness and braces off him. Until recently, on Gregoran's worst day, he hated his mate for how this didn't no hadn't because yeah, now it's affecting him. Hadn't seemed to affect him. A bit of the shakes, moving slower. That had all that had been all that had showed. When not exhausted, shown. He could remind himself that as an earther, his higher stamina meant higher resistance to prolonged stress, like this undernourishment. But now he showed the damage. His cheeks were sunk in, he was thinner, his ribs showing. Once they were both pressed together, he so wanted to love him, to show him how much he meant. But all he could do was hold on to him and cry until sleep took him. The alarm sounded. Gurren ran from station to station, trying to work them. Where was everyone else? There was something so very wrong on the Bane, but he couldn't growl. He came awake to the memory of the alarm sounding so loud it could be real. Jer shook him. Growl, the alarm. It wasn't the memory of the dream. He forced himself to turn and take his tablet. Bridge, he ordered, unable to remember what else he should say. Finally, someone said, ships, blue shifted toward us. Resupply. Earther ships. He attempted to sit and fell back, panting. How? How could Earthers be coming towards them? This was their territory. They weren't allowed. They wouldn't be hunted. They would be hunted. Get the hunters ready. I'm on my way. Joe took his arm and helped him sit. Of course you can stand, he snarled. Unless my alpha calls me to hunt, I'll be back in bed as soon as I've helped you out. He attached the braces to his leg, then put the harness on him. I'm sorry, there was a word. I know. Do you think it's a false alert? Earth's ship can't be in our territory. Jer helped him stand along with the braces, then escorted him to the living room, where he grabbed a plate with a few cubes of meat and a small bowl of sauce. Eat. Whose rations are this? Yours. No, You didn't eat when you arrived at the end of your shift, remember? We both went directly to bed. This is your ration I printed while you talked with the bridge. Had Jared left his side? He couldn't remember. The idea of eating made him sick, which made him snort, even snickered, and Jer held him up. Eat, growl. My alpha needs whatever strength he can get. He dumped the cube in the sauce and upended the bowl to his muzzle. He didn't have the time for niceties. Jer licked him as he put the bowl down. We need to do this again when we are properly fed, his art whispered. I want to cover you in sauce and lick every part of you. He licked him back, nipped at his lips, and kissed. Jer caught him and helped him regain his footing. You have a ship, Captain. Go a hunt to run. Go. He wanted to stay with his heart, but he had a duty. He hated the gods right now. He'd ask forgiveness later. Nearest Emily Froth is demanding to speak with you, Com said, her voice weak. How many ships? On speaker. Growl Elavnir, the nearest Nerificus Alpha implored. We can't take them on. What do the gods expect us to do? 6 Alpha. On screen. Her face appeared matted by tears. They stared at each other. Not her, he said, annoyed. The ships. How could 6 Earther ships make it this deep into their territory and not don't this? Her voice vanished with her face replaced with ships. Only there weren't 6 Earther ships. You said there were 6 of them. He snapped. Those 2 are clearly Kelsarian designs. How could you? The hunter had scanned. You know what? Hunter's ears folded back, and he shrunk in on himself so much he looked like a cub being chastised for nothing, which was what he was doing. He'd asked how many ships, not how many of them were Earthers, as he'd intended. I'm sorry. 4 Earther ships weren't the same as 6. The 2 of them were Kelsarians changed everything, but he didn't know why. Thinking was so difficult. There couldn't be Kelsarians working with Earthers. Even the Halans weren't so. He stared. Open comm to incoming ship. Alpha? He closed his muzzle on the reply. They were exhausted, same as him. This wasn't her disrespecting him. It's an order, he said as calmly as he could, and I don't want to hear from the other captains or alphas. Comms open, she said. Alanos of Tal, Gurgren said. The face of the older male appeared on screen, smiling. Gragron Selahavnir! The words trailed, his expression sobering. You look horrible. You're early. Scan for active weapons, he ear coded. When you asked for help, it sounded urgent. He grinned. And here is the towel, with food for everyone. Too much. Look, he fought the tears. If this is a trap, if you're going to turn Alan on me, just do it. I don't. He wiped the tears. The expression turned pensive, and Gregor feared the worst. He revealed he was weak, and now they were going to make him pray. A shake of the head. No. Should I decide to this thing neither of us will call an alliance no longer serves me, I will turn on you when you are able to defend yourself. There's no fun in pouncing on an already dying prey. I'm not dying, he growled, and the Halanos of Tal smiled. How are you here so quickly? My pilots ran the number. You should still be 3 weeks away. Do you prefer? If you prefer, we can't. Don't play with me. You know, this overly emotional version of you could really be fun. Gurn took a breath. Just tell me how. The Earthers are clever. Their ships are quite efficient with their power management, but my engineers are also clever. We've been adapting some of their designs to my ships, and we've made improvement on our speed. Nothing helpful when pouncing, but when crossing the void, well, I'm here 3 weeks early. He looked off screen. You can tell those other to stop. Can you tell those others to stop screaming at my calm female? She has sensitive ears, and she much more enjoys the way I lick them than having to listen to screaming. Calm? They're all demanding to speak, Alpha. He closed his eyes and forced himself to think. Tell them we are safe. Tell them to be patient. Tell them to stop bothering the Halanos of Tal. You might want to avoid using my rank, the Halanos of Tal said. Not all alphas consider me friends. Friend, I don't. He forced his muzzle shut. What will this cost me, Halanos of Tal? What will this cost you? The male asked, somehow disbelief. You are Alan. Whatever else you are that. You will not give freely. I'm insulted, the male growled, that you think I wouldn't recognize what the 6 of you did in saving our people from those who took them, that you would even think I would then, when you are in need of help because of your bravery, I would demand payment. The male shook his head. I'm sorry, Gergen implored. I didn't mean to insult you. I just spent so long, and the gods have. The male laughed. Yep, this is fun. What? He looked at the hunters on the bridge in case one of them knew what was happening. But in seriousness, Alpha Gralgaran Ravnir. He nodded to someone off screen. All 6 of you alphas. This is my thanks, as a son of Turuk Samian, for the rescue of so many of his children from those who would harm them. You have honored him, and in his honor, I bring you food for the rest of your journey home. The transfer of the supplies was quieter this time. There was no crowd, no one demanding they be given something to eat right now. The Annals of Tal had brought them enough, the doctor had told them, that they would be able to raise the rations above the minimum required for them to remain alive. He'd told her to keep him and his hunters where they were and to further increase the civilians' ration. She laughed and then snarled him out of her office. They were the last of the base printer material, and the Hanos of Tal stepped out of the shuttle, transporting them alongside. You don't look any better in person, Alpha. Garen's laughter scared him. He needed sleep. He needed to spend hours loving his heart. He needed to eat an entire Arkanish. I have been better, Alanos of Tal. I knew it, someone said, and Zenial Hertalahan was hugging the male. I knew. That if I kept sleeping with him, he'd help. There, little one, the male said, patting his back. I am here. Zenial Hertalahan snorted. I don't care, it's you. I'd have hugged whoever it was standing here. Do you have any idea how hungry I am? I have a feast waiting on my ship, favorite nephew of mine. All you have to do is accompany me back among your clan. Senior Talahan stepped back, then stood next to Gragaran. I'm not that hungry. You are usually a better liar. I'm usually not this hungry, uncle. You will have to tell me what you did to him, the Halanos of Tal said. The nephew I remember was never disloyal. A male handed him a tablet. Everything has been delivered to all the ships. Everyone got the same thing, so I'll leave it to you to squabble over who deserves to have more than the other. That isn't our way. Fine. Just remember that when you blow up one of them, that all that food's vanishing with them. Gagarin breathed and kept from replying. Really? You're going to keep this last bit of fun from me? Thank you, Alanos of Tal. On behalf of my hunters, my crew, and all the civilians on my ship and everyone on the other ships, you have my gratitude. You have made the gods. Please don't finish that. I'm going to have to puke if you do. The gods know what I think of them, and trust me, we understand each other quite well. Good hunting, Alpha of the gods, and may our path never cross when one of us is wounded. He'd been tempted to make the announcement about the increased rations, but he decided to let the rations be the announcement. The change wasn't immediate, but over the next month, life returned to his ship. After 2 weeks, a schedule for everyone on the Bane to have time in the regeneration tanks went up. With it came a warning that it wouldn't be enough to return them to how they were before, but that it would speed up their recovery from the malnutrition. He was told to keep the hunters off shift unless an emergency happened. The one person who didn't heal as quickly was his heart. I'll be fine, Jer told him while the medic checked him. What is wrong with him? You have increased his ration accordingly, right? Why are you harassing my staff? The doctor demanded. Why is Jer not better? He is better. He is weaker than us. He hasn't regained as much muscle mass. The healing tank don't seem to be. He is an earther, not a Kelsarian. I know that. His body took longer to break itself down, so it's taking longer to rebuild. It's that stamina of his, she turned to Jer, and I don't want to hear anything about how it's not exactly that. Why a patient would want to read everything when my medics are here, I don't understand. And he, she pointed at him, certainly won't understand any of it. She stormed off. But he's getting better. I'm going to be fine, Growl. I just have to take it slower, that's all. Yes, the medic said he's healing in line with how he should be. You can take him home. Your next session in the heal tank is in 3 days. Yours in 2, Captain. Life on the ship didn't return to what it was by the time they reached Kelser. The shops in the concourse opened. People came and went. The eateries remained closed, but people who wouldn't meet his eyes. They'd showed a side of themselves they didn't think they'd known. They hadn't known had been there and seemed to have trouble working out how to deal with it. He spoke with a psychologist about his own emotional whiplash. He considered his ability to remain emotionally stable a core of who he was. He hadn't lost control of them since his interrogation training. He'd figured that had strengthened his control. To have it erode as it had been humbling. He did not hold their actions during the crisis against the civilians. As he walked among them, he nodded to those who met his gaze, spoke to those who asked to speak with him. The walks took most of the strength he was rebuilding, but he took them. He was there for the civilians, that they be his or those they rescued. The hunters, on the other hand, he couldn't excuse. He didn't know what he would have done if any of his if any of his I'm actually going to emphasize this. If any of his hunters had turned into the demanding people they had, they should have been better than that. He didn't look into who their betas were, what had happened to them, or if they'd been among those making demands. And he did his best not to let their action affect how he thought of their dead alpha. When one of them approached him, he locked eyes with them, his gaze hard and his ears straight. He gave them no understanding. He gave no compassion. If they wanted either, they'd have to look to the gods. His vest hung loose. I don't see the point. Jer pushed his hand away. Stop fussing. It's as fine as it will be. And you said it was Alpha Diradir Toman Danirag Sulfair's idea. Didn't she explain it? Yes, the six of us, with our hunters, walking onto the station. Just don't see the point. Then why are you going along with it? He snorted. You don't know her. You don't know her. When Diradir gets an idea, the gods can't change her mind. She threatened to take a shuttle, board the Bane, and kidnap me, so I would exit with them. Could she manage it? Not if I was at my best. How? I guess it would depend on if you'd protect me or not. Oh, I would have. But I am a reasonable male. I'd have listened to her reasons. You should have a hand. You should have at least asked. Unity, he said, annoyed. The lift opened and they walked onto the. Okay, there's a sea break here. The lift opened and they walked to the cargo hatch. Jerry nuzzled him. I'm off with my pack and Jurikte's casket. I'll see you when we're groundside. Don't wander, Jer. When you land, stay at the port. Kelser is in the Bane. They won't be used to you. I'll wait for you. He headed through the hunters and the casket, and Growl signaled for the hatch to open. The civilian had already started debarking. Yeah. The civilians had already started debarking onto the concourse. The dock was empty. To his left and right, in the distance, other hunters exited their ship's hatch. He found the Radir as the other captains joined them. You realize this is going to slow everything down. Alpha Mishia Koran Natif said, his voice as raw as always. Alpha, he flicked an ear to Gralguran. The female put an arm around the Alpha's. That ain't correct. The captain is his brother. Um, by way of my mates. Because, yeah, because the captain of the Alpha is mated to the captain who is the brother of Mishia. You need to stop worrying. Brother by way of my mate's Kreserik. I am certain our fellow Alpha has a good reason for this. Although we are quite the sight, all as thin as we are. As soon as my duties are performed, I am finding the first restaurant and eating in the entire menu. Ah, da 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 da. Hmm. Me and my sister are going with you. This is um me and my sister are going with you. Mishia Kyrian Natif said. So you need to leave some to leave us some. Forgotten what it feels like to have a full stomach. Gargaron fought the urge to apologize yet again. They had made it clear none of them considered this anyone but the leadership's fault. The other deer puts the earpiece in. Beta, word has been spread on how we'll proceed? She nodded. Good. Then I leave it to you to set the pace. Me and my fellow alphas are going up. What are you doing? Gagran whispered when she took the earpiece off. You'll see. That's what I'm afraid of. The six of them entered the lift, and when it opened, Gagran froze at the number of newscasters standing in the concourse. They didn't. How could the leadership do? They didn't, Diradir said. I did. He stared at her. Why? We They were going to honor us, Calderon. They were going to tell everyone how good we are. I want them to see the price we paid. I want them to see that what the leadership forced us to endure. This he couldn't think of the words to explain how wrong it felt. This conflict with the leadership wasn't something to be displayed. That was this this was politics. Hey, Mishia Korean native said, think of it this way. After today, they might hate her more than they hate you. And that concludes chapter 9 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other books in the series, it's available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I'll be right back. March 12th becomes the 14th. is done. Alrighty. Hey, Dark Lord. Good morning. You're awake in the dead of night for once. Anything amazing? Any amazing good literature? Not really. I have not read anything in quite a while. Um, Sitting down and reading a book has become difficult. I no longer have the attention span, so I do most of my reading through audiobook, and I can only do that while I'm walking. And I've yet to. I don't have. None of the books in my library are in my to be read pile are really appealing to me right now. Um, um, Wrist stretch. Alrighty. So lateral. Outside. Right wrist. Outside left wrist. Inside right wrist. Inside left wrist. Up. Center. And that done, I will start another read and correct. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the September 1st chapter for Arthur. Welcome to the introduction class to physics, the professor behind the podium said. He grinned. Like I said, that's grinning. said, grinning. Arthur couldn't believe the man actually grinned. Or, as I like to call it, this is gonna be fun. I'm Eric Hertz, and let's get this started. I tapped on the podium, and the wall behind him was covered with images. What do those have in common? Arthur rolled his eyes. How dumb did he think they were? They're all things containing metal? Someone said with such They're all things containing metal. Someone said with such confidence. Arthur stared at the man 2 rows up, 8 desks away. How had he been accepted if he was that dumb? Good try, but that's not it. Well, duh. For those were clearly made of a ceramic composite material that had no metal in its composition. They're all a demonstration of gravity? A woman said. At least she had the decency of not certainly being certain in how utterly wrong she was. That's closer. Arthur glared at the teacher, but not quite right. Not quite right? Why was a combustion engine a demonstration of gravity? She knew what those were, right? He didn't care. They hadn't been in use for over 40 years. Even idiots remembered them. No one? The professor looked at Arthur. He raised an eyebrow. If he was not part of this skit. If he wanted to make sure the answer would be given, he should have hired himself an actor. Come on, people, what classes are you in? Physics? Someone said with so much hesitation, Arthur nearly face-palmed. And the professor said, if that's the class, then these are a demonstration of physics? And we have a winner! The man exclaimed as if this had been given on the first try. But, Professor, she said, that's a combustion engine. Conversion of angular into linear motion is a component of physics, Miss Lawrence. How could he say that without sounding insulting? He had to say it. In this class, we are going to go over fundamentals of physics, the underpinning of what makes everything we know possible. Right. Professor, how about powers? How about powers? Those falls under quantum mechanics as best as we understand them, so they'll be in a more advanced class. Arthur tapped the button on his desk. Mr. Orr? Will there actually be a course on how powers contradict everything we know about how reality works in this school? That could be interesting, although you'd expect it from the underground. That hasn't been decided, as you can expect. It will clearly not be a first-year class. If it is, fuck, back to being bored. Now, let me give you a rundown of what we will be covering. He tapped and slides moved on the wall as he spoke. Arthur mostly turned him out. So much for this school aiming to challenge everyone here. How is he going to even pretend to be interested if all that was going to if it was all going to be this boring? He straightened. Maxwell's law? They were going to touch on it like that. Arthur tapped a finger as the professor moved on to a different subject they were going to study. He could make a point with that. His fingers were on the laptop's keyboard when he realized the flaw. The professor could claim he'd looked it up online. If he wanted to make his point, there couldn't be any other explanation. When the professor looked his way, Arthur closed the laptop and put it in his bag. He took the pad of paper that had saved his ideas too often when some idiots he wasn't going to think about dropped a cup of coffee on it to ever go anywhere without, and the pen. The professor was still looking at him, knowing his speech so well he didn't slow as Arthur started writing the law down, then added its derivatives. All right, everyone, the professor said, the class done. I can't wait for the next one so we can all dive into the meat of physics. See you then. Arthur waited for the mass to thin, then walked to the podium. He handed the paper, failed on both sides. To his credit, the professor didn't raise an eyebrow, didn't ask what this was. He read, then placed it on the podium and used a stylus as a marker of where he looked. You said you'd challenge me, he said when the man turned the page over. I don't think you can manage it. This is impressive work. Arthur snorted. I do those in my sleep. The professor tapped his lips with the stylus, then smiled. That's a challenge, isn't it? You're the one who said this school wanted me challenged. Why didn't you enroll in a school teaching further years? They would have had the advanced classes you could be transferred to. Arthur was careful with his answer, not to protect the underground, but because, against all odds, he still didn't feel like alienating this professor. He'd looked at Arthur's "I am too smart for you" paper and said it was impressive instead of being offended. My brothers applied to come here, and when I spoke with the rep, he assured me that Harker would be a suitable challenge. None of the other places promised me that, and I want to stick by my brothers. Standing by family. That's admirable. He ended the page back. Are you willing to give me a second chance? You think you can challenge me? Arthur couldn't help the defiance. How often had a teacher said they could teach him something only for him to turn around and show them how dumb they were? I don't know, but I think it would be fun to find out, don't you? Arthur smiled, then frowned. What the fuck? He didn't do smiling. But you had to admit it was nice to find a teacher not so overconfident in their intelligence they could admit they didn't know. All I ask, Eric said, is that we agree there's no way I can manage that on the first try. I suspect even looking up your high school records isn't going to give me a sense of what you're capable of. I'm sticking to this until you give up. The man grinned. So sure I'll be the one to admit defeat. If you manage to challenge me, Professor, I'll consider that a victory, not a defeat. Should I start with quantum mechanics? Arthur tried to make his grin friendly. This wasn't supposed to be an antagonistic endeavor, not yet. Not until the professor made it one. Start with whatever you want. Classroom U-109 had no one in it. It had been isolated, but then so were all the other classrooms. Lots of space between each so that when someone blew up one of the walls, the odds were lower they'd make it to the other room. The explosion would make it to the other room. Small drones had flown by as the woman guided him, like he needed a guide. But this was the first day, and she said they didn't want anyone getting lost. If that happened in a closed system, Arthur would. Powers and magic was involved. He shouldn't take for granted the system was closed. With his instructor late, he studied the equipment he'd be working with. He was the only gadgeteer, so all this, so fucking basic stuff, was for him. Bunsen burner, electronic boards, all the bases, even beyond physics. It was good. They didn't take for granted he was only gifted in one department, but nothing to actually work with. No electrical wire, no chemical components. This wasn't going to be interesting. Ah, Mr. Orr, good, you are here. The recognizable man on the screen was only a face. I'm sorry for being late. I'm George Armstrong. I know who you are. The man smiled. Yes, of course. I expect you'd studied many of my inventions as part of teaching yourself everything you know. No, your headhunters made my life difficult until my uncle made it clear the kind of lawsuit your company was looking at if they didn't leave me the fuck alone. I wanted to know who the asshole telling them to harass a 16-year-old was. The man frowned. I see. I'm sorry you had to endure that. There was a rehearsal. Actually, that doesn't read right. Rehearsal. Come back here. Rehearsal. Rehearsalness. There was a rehearsalness. Yeah, fine, whatever. To the statement that took away from its credibility, but Arthur had more important things to deal with. If you're here to tell me Harker couldn't find anyone to teach me, just get on with it. I'm not there. And I'm not telling you there is no one to teach you. I am here because because in getting through my firewalls, you've demonstrated that anyone other than me as your instructor in the science of gadgeteering would be a waste. You? I have built a multi-million-dollar tech company through my inventions. You don't think I you don't think I qualify? You don't think I'm qualified? You're a genius. I'm a parahuman. No, I don't think you're qualified. The smile was too self-satisfied for Arthur's liking. Well then, I'll just have to endeavor to disabuse you of that. This will be an evaluation, a test to see what you are actually capable of. A clock appeared on the wall next to his image. 3 hours and 42 minutes. That's how long you have to until this room is filled with cyanide. That's deadly. I figure you are the kind of person who needs a proper incentive to get things done. There's nothing here for me to work with. The smile was malicious. You are a parahuman, Mr. Orr. Figure something out. He disappeared. Like the cyanide threat was real. Considering the governmental threat casting its shadow over the school, they couldn't just kill one of the students. And the man was wrong. Arthur didn't need to be properly motivated. Having something to do was enough. First, he tested the door. It was locked. There was no obvious lock, so probably magnetic, which meant he needed to override the electrical system for the classroom to determine if it was powered internally or externally. Externally would make things interesting. He smiled. Hopefully it was external. Now, he needed something to work with. He took his kit from his bag, his screwdrivers with insurable head, a portable welder cutter, precision knife, wire stripper. He was adding wires to his kit once he got home. With a cutter, he removed one of the panels in the wall. That gave him all the wires he'd ever need. But he was looking at the room's electrical brain. He found it behind the fourth panel he cut. It should have been by the instructor's desk, and it should have a way to plug into it without taking the wall out. This was a gadgeteer's lab. Well, a science one, so no, definitely not the same. Still, there should be a computer plugged into it at all times so the instructor could ensure no students overloaded the system with whatever they were told to make. He plugged his laptop in. The firewall had been updated. Really? He thought that was going to be a problem? He coded his way through it under 15 minutes. So much for him being a genius. The second firewall. Okay? Not an idiot. This one took him 23 minutes, and Arthur copied some of the code to his laptop's memory. It wasn't the same as the school server. He'd study it after this. Controlling the classroom electrical let him control everything except the door. From what he saw, it was a recent change. Interesting. The program controlling it had lost its attached controller 10 days ago. That was when he'd hacked into Harker's server from Pennsylvania. The firewall had been upgraded from when he'd gone from when he'd done this from San Francisco. But he figured it had been a regular upgrade in preparation for all the students. This indicated they'd realized he was the one who'd done it. He'd have to investigate how. But for now, he had to get out. The door was standard material, a plastic composite, as far as he could see. The class had an electron spectrometer, so he could confirm it. So he confirmed it, plastic. Considering what could be done with chemicals, they might as well not have installed it. Not that he had any of that. No gas for the burner, so he needed something else. He took out the beakers and filled one with water. He broke his drafting pencil into two and cut the wood off the lead. Fortunately, those hadn't been lead for a long time. The graphite and clay mix would keep the electricity from arcing into the water. He needed electrolysis, not electrocution. Plastic bag over each to catch the gases, and while that was going on, he needed to figure out where the magnet keeping the door locked was. A standard design was on the top to the left from the inside, but he wasn't taking that for granted. An active electromagnet generated field, so it would be easy to detect with a standard voltmeter. He was making one that fit in his kit when he got home, and George had made sure there wouldn't be one in the classroom, so he needed an alternative. Another beaker with water, another beaker of water, something to float on it, the cap from his water bottle of water. From the bottle of water he'd brought because he hadn't expected to be allowed to go out to get something to drink, a small piece of metal in it, taking from one of the shaved, one he shaved off once he confirmed. Wait, what? Um, small piece of metal in it. Taking from the one. Taken. Patient it. Okay. Taken from the. Okay, I know. From the. Taken from part of the table he cut to shave once he confirmed where the magnet was. Pushing the table to the door so he could reach high enough. Uh, the the top of the door made him curse his small stature again. Built with full accessibility, my ass. And it was in the top center of the door, clearly changed in case he took its location for granted. Wouldn't have kept him from getting out, but it would have been wasted time. Plumbing cut from the sink. This would work better with brass, but PVC would have to do. It would work better with termite, but he didn't have what he needed to make of that. Might be worth keeping in his bag from now on. He had a lathe, so that let him friction weld one side. The other wouldn't be as secure, but that couldn't be avoided. Actually, could. Yeah, actually no, he could. Put the cap, turn that, put the rest, even the stuff in. Well, yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave it like that. Bonding agent, adding a bonding agent going forward. Electrical wire as a trigger connected to his laptop to tell them when to spark. He wished he had a way to precisely mix the oxygen and hydrogen with the metal shaving to maximize the generated heat, but that wasn't something the room had. But planning on their part as far as he was concerned. Not that it mattered, the door wasn't that hard. He didn't need to melt through, just soften the plastic so he could pull it open. The pipe bomb, duct taped, never leave home without it, where the electromagnetic was, and he pulled the table away. Handle in hand, he triggered the bomb. It wasn't much of an explosion, but the metal shaving burned, and the heat. It wasn't an explosion, but it's not much of it's not at all. But the metal shaving burned, and the heat generated. What the heat was enough that when he pulled the plastic, the plastic of the door bowed, then stretched and melted away, leaving the electromagnet in place. An hour, 38 minutes left to go, George said, his face back on the wall. I'm impressed. Arthur rolled his eyes, backing his sting away. If the man considered this a test of his capability, he was utterly misinformed. Back over his shoulder, he faced the man again. He faced the man's image. I have to know, the cyanide, fake out or real? Real, of course. There's no point in making a threat that won't be carried through. I see. I'm glad. So, class is over? Yes, I think it is. I will message you when I'm ready for your next class. Take your time, George. Take your time. I'm going to teach you something about testing someone's capability in the meantime. And that concludes the September 1st chapter for Arthur. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. That's done. When does he get his glasses? On the 12th. Okay. So the 10th. The date doesn't have to be exact. Okay, that is dealt with. Right, but all that Tyrannus is full of the list. And of course, I forgot to close that. The crowd was excited, but not too loud. It made the 30-minute wait to reach the booth tolerable. I expected you to complain about the price, Anita said once Eric paid for their entry. Why would I? He replied as they followed the crowd. He looked around as it thinned and was surprised at how normal it all looked. Wasn't everything cheaper when you were a kid? He chuckled. I'm not that old. You need to look up how much we were paid back in the 20s. The soldier got $40 if he was lucky. My dad earned less working at the factory. On a good day at the repair shop, I earned 5 times that in a couple of hours. He whistled as he looked at the roller coaster. Oh, those are a lot bigger than they looked in the distance. Ainta grinned. People do love their adrenaline shot. It'd be safer to bottle that and take it with your coffee. But where's the fun in that? She asked, pulling him toward the closest. Can't you see how safe they are? I am not looking at them that way. I can see tensile strength, work out formulas for the pressure applied on each joint, but I don't get the safety regulations. I have to decide what is and isn't safe. He looked up, and that doesn't look safe one bit. She laughed. Don't worry, it is safe. She stopped as they reached the back of the line. Anyway, weren't they made of wood back in your days? And a third of the height. If I got stuck at the top of one, I didn't worry about climbing down this. He looked up again and couldn't stop the shudder. Annie, I didn't bring grappling gear with me. You don't need any of that. It'll be fun. He eyed her dubiously. When they reached the front of the line, they took a seat in the middle, and Eric couldn't stop himself from looking at the schematic of the system pulling the cart to the top of the first hill. Then he forgot about schematic, about ghost, about any risk. A structure as tall as this roller coaster. About any risk a structure as tall as this roller coaster held up by comparatively thin metal beam posed. He was too busy screaming and laughing. When it was done, as soon as they were off the ride, he pulled himself to the side and to catch his breath. Anita looked at him expectantly. He panted. Getting shot wasn't anywhere near as hair-raising as this. She grinned. So, want to go again? She nodded. So, want to go again? He grinned. Oh, yeah. Another ride on the coaster. They walked around, stopping at some of the games, and in spite of his training of being able to see the arc needed to get the ring on the pegs, he only got enough of them to win Anita a small four-legged bear. This damn thing's rigged, he grumbled under his breath, once out of earshot, while she hugged the bear lovingly. Of course, seeing the arc didn't mean he could throw it in a way that followed them. It wasn't a machine, but he knew how to build one to accomplish that. Next time they came, he was making it, and then he'd show that smug attendant what he could do. The schematic fell apart as a regal lioness walked by in a red dress to vanish behind a couple and not reappear once they passed. What is it? Anita asked. Eric searched the crowd. This is crazy, he whispered. What? She insisted. He eyed her. This played perfectly, too damn perfectly. Too damn perfectly into the story she told him. Anyone else, and he'd swear this was a setup. That red dress the actress Vivian wore, it was cut at the side, wasn't it? About mid-thigh, not risque, but something confident. A woman not afraid of flashing some fur. Anita grinned. It was my imagination, Eric said, his voice nowhere near as confident as he wished it was. He looked around, letting himself see technology. Where they were had 3 visible cameras and 2 hidden ones. Just normal cameras, top-of-the-line ones. The owner were security conscious. The phones in people's pockets and their hands. Come on, he thought. You're a goddamn amusement park. Get off those damn. You're at an amusement park. Get off those damn thing. Watches, various small device. Nothing that could project an image. Nothing like the schematic that formed before him. What he thought would be needed to produce the quality of what he'd seen. Not crazy tech, but barely. Well, she seemed ready to explode with his assignment. There's nothing. But her? He shook his head. She's gone. Where was she going? He indicated a lane between more game booths, but she disappeared before reaching it. Still, we can go take a look. Eric tried to keep his own excitement at bay. He could work with us, figure out the truth of her ghost, show them all just how superior he was. He let out a breath. Do you mind if we don't? She opened her mouth, but studied his face instead and nodded. Another coaster then. He kissed her cheek. Thanks. After the coaster, they went to the Hall of Mirrors, where he kept hitting one of them after the other. Anita had trouble walking for all the laughing she did. Can't you see them? She asked. You know, your tech vision? That isn't how it works. Eric replied, hand on the mirrored wall and following it. Mirrors aren't tech, not in the sense of how techers think of it. It's just glass with a reflective coating. I can work out the refraction of the glass, the angle of refraction, but that's just numbers in my head, not my ability. Well, not entirely. But I need to know where the mirror is first, and in this place, I visually lose track of them, just like you, so numbers become meaningless. She took his hand. Do you need me to guide you to the exit? It depends. Do you want me out of here before dark? For an answer, she guided him through the mirrors with an efficiency that amazed Eric. That amazed him. They played more rigged, you were sure, games, went on more rides, walked in the bumper car. Eric somehow found himself the target of a pack of kids who kept him locked in place until Anita came to his rescue, plowing through them, sending their cars skidding across the floor. When they ate, the food was fanciful but good. Then they went on more rides, and Eric lost track of time. What he didn't lose track of was the number of times he saw the lioness in the red dress, walking and then vanishing behind a group of people, or around a post, or when he looked away. 8 times. He wanted to ask Anita if this was normal, after all. He hadn't noticed anyone else looking where she'd been walking, but he was trying hard to put the sighting out of his mind. He knew that if he mentioned them to her, she'd want to investigate. And with a desire to prove to everyone else just how good he was, he didn't think he'd be able to refuse her. After his 6th sighting, he'd happened to glance at the park's map someone was holding, and each of the sighting appeared on it, the line stretching in the direction she'd been walking. This might be stretching what he can do. He looked away before he could see where they were converging. He was here to have a fun time with Anita, and not solve a problem no one else had before. It didn't help that he was certain the lioness had looked right at him the 7th time he'd seen her, just before he'd looked away. His imagination, he told himself, nothing more. As afternoon gave way to evening and the mood of the crowd shifted, they found themselves walking in a quiet section of the park, where the rides seemed, if not disused, to not draw people to them. The attendants looked bored or in a hurry to leave. Oh, dear Lord! Anita came to a stop. She was looking at a map of the park held by 2 posts. I've had so much fun, I almost forgot the one reason to come here. It's right over there, she said. Eric stared at the map, unable to avoid it this time. The places where he'd seen her were highlighted. Each trajectory of her walk extended from there, with next to where his ability conveniently placed with his ability placing conveniently placing a "you are here" point to converge to a section to converge to okay, let's walk extend from there. Is it with disability point? No, the recording is done. Your point. They converged at an intersection before them. Come on, Anita called as she ran toward where the lines converged. We need to ride the spirit of the past at least once today. Eric mustered the smile he didn't feel. This was feeling like someone was manipulating things, and he hated it. How is your day coming along, Angel? Yeah, that's going to be the 8th. That is done. forgot something. I am unsure how much of this chapter will be there. Hey, Caesar! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Bless me. Well, thank you very much. Nope, done the recording. You are writing. Very cool. Yeah, no, the recording is done. I'm now waiting for lunch and sort of trying to see how I'm going to approach that, because on paper there isn't that much to the chapter, and I'll be going for mood more than information, although I do want to leave some information in there, trying to figure out the right line combination of suspicious post exchange on stolen good delivery. Cool. I hope you manage it. I have no idea what that would look like. You probably will eventually. Well, that's good. That is a good way to think about it. I think one of the thing I can do with that is establish the kind of thing his grandparents would do as part of the security they run for his parents. Oh, and I can actually use that. This call here can be used for the lawyer. How they will have worked out where he is. As a sign on, that should be turned off. Your brain is super weird. Took a nap earlier. For context, you're only writing a thing, superheroes and stuff. Before you took a nap, it was all this thing needs a car chase while you're at it. So what happens? I dream a car chase in minis. Similar but not the same as the built-in pre-chase song. The All that pre-chase song, and I didn't have the song playing while you slept. Actually, you slept while listening to a hockey podcast. Cool. Good thing you watch Bullet. Must have been a bigger impression than you realized, like about the old Steve McQueen film. Okay, I do not know it. But I am glad that it was helpful. Oh, sorry. Commented if you ever give it a chance. Vision might help with car chase scene. Oh no, the best car chase. Oh, okay. He was known as the King of Cool. Back to figuring out the lines. Cool. Good luck. Hey, Moonlight, welcome to the stream. Hello, James. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope you've had a good start of the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. How are you doing today? And thank you very much. Not bad. Did I see? Did I see my notif in Steam? I have not really looked at Steam at this point. You booted up Hollow Knight? How do you like it? It's fun. You don't like the fact that your Bluetooth keeps cutting out in and out. That would be annoying. Alrighty, James. See you then. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will change this because I forgot to return in about an hour. I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Of course. Alrighty, this afternoon it is chapter 3 of uh, the labor. What did I cover in chapter 1? No actual. Do not have the. Oh, I see. These little elastic blocks. They still go here. Enjoy the lurk and the food, James. Was a K. You are back. Welcome back, Angel. How are things going for you? Good. Fed your girl, put her down for a nap. Hopefully. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe this time she's not trying to fool you. Well, you will in the future when she either clamors for you again or you get to have a quiet rest of the evening. Like, why? It didn't give me the option. It recommended that I remove the word. And that's the problem with an AI. Is that because of how they work, they have the equivalent of opinions. Here's another stupid one. It wants me, it's telling me that I might have made a mistake, that maybe this word should be singular. What in the phrase says it should be singular? I know what it's going by, but man, do I hate this. Is Tumblr still on here? Huh. It is. Why am I... Or am I not? Or am I on there? Is that part of the... Oh, Tumblr is there. Did I forget to put Tumblr on these guys? Knowing me, probably. Oh, that's the social. Wrong one. Yep, forgot Tumblr. Yeah, that's once. Ouch. To the ouch. Oh, wait. That's not the other. Stymied. There's a term when the algorithm does the work for you. Not gatekeeping. Darn it. Mm, I'm somewhat impressed with myself for getting 2,000 words out of those. He investigates the disappearance of Grams and Gramps. Completely forgot you had a dental appointment today. 2 fillings. Well, at least it's dealt with. They gassed you? Well, that's good. Huh. Oh, interesting. I need to ask him about that. All right. I think I'm going to bring this to an end early. I'm done writing. I can't find anything else to do. So let's find someone to raid. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, The Engineer's Family. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives,